Hello. How do I sound? Am I too quiet? My mic is turned all the way up. We could... If I do that, it might be too loud. Okay. We'll see how well my model does with this game. If it does not do well, then I will probably go to like a PNG or something. But last time it ran pretty okay. Pretty okay. Ah! Where did I go? Where have I gone? Do I have a weapon? I lost all my weapons thanks to that frickin'... I'm looking for objects. Yukon. Oh, what's that? There are valuable relics hidden away in the old storage room. They must be kept under lock and key. The last girl slipped in while I wasn't looking. It took a long time to find her. Oh, that's the thing that Nezuko... Tanjiro puts Nezuko in these little boxes. I think I'm missing something. Okay, I have to figure out how to play. How do I... Oh, is this my knife? Okay. Why are you shivering? I got a knife. What do you have? A knife! I don't know. What is it? Can I not go through there? Apparently not. I take so long to beat these games because I just look for every nook and cranny. Ah! Why? It's so loud in my ear. Spooky. Did spook me. Shriveled Aburage. Is this a stage? Is this spot gonna piss me off? Because it's a freaking maze. Did I just come from here? What was that? Did I come from here? I don't remember. Bumpy. Bumpy boo. I'm gonna get pissed. Before I get pissed, I'm gonna piss. Oh, you reminded me. I don't have Mix It Up open. Better be pissed off than pissed on. I don't know. Maybe I'm into that. I'm just kidding. I'll never beat the piss allegations. I'm never beating the piss allegations. I was kidding. Whoa! I'm kidding. This is Mashi you're talking about. Mashi is a pisser. I am a pisser. I straight up be pissing. Oh, look at us!
Sacre blue.
Sock
my cock.
Suck my cock. Sacre bleu. Suck my cock. The game is kind of running like poop. Oh, I had the storage key. Storage room key. I have a feeling I have to stab someone here. Don't believe the fox's words. Stay away from the western room. Hinako is mine. Her fingers, her lips, every last drop of blood that can be squeezed from her is mine. I forbid anyone from laying so much as a finger on her. I shall say it until my throat is raw. Hinako is mine. Me? Is that guy talking about me? You know that meme on TikTok? Well, I only ever see it on TikTok, but it's like a guy with a white shirt and he's like pointing at himself. That's what I felt like just then. Me? Gotta check everything. Oh, hi, Joker. Hello, darling. How are you doing?
No, Shadow. Kyle doesn't makes me question my sexuality. He makes me say yes. There's no question. Yes. All the way.
Okay, this is where I came from. That laugh scared me because it was so quiet. I thought it came from the game. What the heck? Wasn't that close before? This? Oh. Don't trust him. It's the Jonkler. Inari sculpture. I know where I have to put that. Across this bridge. It's the Jonkler. Across this bridge. One, two, three. Ready? Miku, Miku, Miku. Hello, JJ. Hello, Sunny. Hello, everybody that they brought to me. How are you? Hexavan, hi. Nice to see you. How was, what? Night in the Woods. Night in the Woods. Oh, I know what happens next. I watched the Zilla playing. Wow! You got spoilers! I'm lost. I have to find that shrine from earlier where I started. It's getting scary. Ooh. Night in the Woods is getting scary? I'm gonna call you Jonkler from now on. No spoilers, please. That's why I didn't want to stream it. The Jonkler. Yeah, we saw a dead body and maybe a ghost. Ooh! Ooh, spooky. Well, we're gonna see lots of dead bodies in this game, and they're gonna be, immediate timeout if you spoil, no second chance. Timeout! Timeout! I didn't know Night in the Woods was that scary. Why can't I figure out where to go? This is not... Is it changing on me? Are we in the Infinity Castle? Did I come from here? Did I already go in here? I came from here. Or was that room I was just in with the... Oh, I have a map. Ugh, frickin' frick. It's a dead end. I'll find Tanjiro? Hell yeah. That scared me. Naginata! Ornamental pole arm. Ooh. Frick yeah. Give me my lantern. Oh, the fire's gone out. I can't use my lantern anymore? That's fucking stupid. Ooh, get him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. The inscription on the polearm reads, Omi no Kami Munemasa, also known as Inadama. Inadama is another word for Inazuma, meaning lightning. This refers to the unique pattern of the blade's steel. Captain, hi, how are ya? I have to fix my posture. Yeah, I mean, pretty early in the game, you find a severed arm. We saw someone get kidnapped by a ghost. Maybe by a ghost. Maybe a ghost. Maybe by a ghost. Who knows? Oh, playing Cobblemon. That's fun. I've never played Cobblemon. Enshrine. I have a Yokon. and Abura Age. She says hi to me, butterfly go right through me. And when I see her dancing, I wanna take a chance and get in a little closer. It may be good to know her. What do you think I should increase? Stamina? Sanity? Your braids go nuts? Yeah. Use 500 faith and 1 EMA to increase your maximum sanity. What do you think? Upgrade stamina? Hi, Hockey! Upgrade stamina, because you said so. So how many different endings are there? Does anyone know? And how do I get different endings? Is it based on like a single choice or a couple different choices? 5. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to use this. Key? Doing New Game Plus, I think. You have to beat it first, and then it'll show you what to do and not to do. Sakuko? Sakuko? Sakuko was my only friend. No, I don't need this yet. Oh. How do I... Okay, there we go. Ouch. 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 Owie. Owie. I can't die yet. Oh. How do I... Ah! I didn't mean to do that. Take your pills! Take your pills. Oh, your weapons don't break. Okay, that's good to know. I'm taking... Let's take ibuprofen together. I just did a circle. Are the outfits if you pre-order? They are. Yes, they are. They only break on the other side. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll use my pole arm then. I found Hawk! Hawk, I found you. Ibuprofen. Ibuprofen all night, huh? He's fine. That's you.
No.
Chi-Chi's getting in trouble. I'm not that useful though. I have this one on. How do I go to my equipment? Oh. I have the plum. It increases max stamina. Destruction of property, GG. Bad GG.
Destruction of property. 5 minutes of air jail.
That's a long time for air jail.
5 kitty minutes.
Plum is good. Good one to start with for sure. Yeah.
That's 5 kitty minutes.
Ooh, that's good. That's good. Look it. I got a pole arm. And my tail is bouncy. Look it. Ah. Gonna play Overwatch with Pumpkin. Thank you for the lurk. Have fun with Overwatch.
ショコこんなところに
Overwatch and maybe kiss? Question mark? Gonna go play Overwatch. Are you gonna go play Overwatch with Pumpkin and Zilla? Overwatch. They were playing Stadium? Have you played Stadium yet, Hawk? I don't know. Maybe if I added them. Maybe, I don't know if I have them added. Oh, I see, I see. Items, items, items. I need to check every bookcase and corner and crevice. I played Stadium, it's okay. I just do quick play. For real, for real. Yeah, quick play's the only one I really give a shit about. February 8th. The patient's conditions are declining suddenly and rapidly. Symptoms are as follows: labored breathing, cognitive impairment, quadriplegia, involuntary movements. In addition to these, an even stranger symptom has arisen. The patient's facial features appear to be deforming. The patient's faces remain stuck in expressions of constant strain, their teeth bared, their eyes narrowed into a menacing glare. Kochi, kochi, kochi da yo.
Sakuko?
Kochi da yo.
サクコなの
Miku da yo. Miku
Doko?
da yo. Kochi, kochi. Hawk, did you beat this game? I saw you playing it. Miku da yo. Damn, I should make that a sound redeem. Ooh, I found pills. More pills to feed my pill addiction. Haven't beat it yet. Ouch. 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 I need pills. I need pills. I need pills. Oh! I tried throwing you at it. It didn't help. Well, damn. I fucked up. I'm too chicken? Aw, too chicken. No.
どこ
Ow. did you see that perfect dodge, baby? Ah! Oh, did you see that perfect dodge, baby? Ooh. I don't play too many spooky games. I see. What's this? It'll help my sanity a lot. Kind of a waste if Hanako does wide swings. Yeah. Because it... Hinako. Did I say Hanako? I meant Hinako. Hinako. Lemon zest. How are you feeling? Are you feeling zesty? Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, not as fast, definitely. Are you guys today's date? Because you're all 10 out of 10. I'm always zesty. Nice. It's way more powerful to, Stop it, I'm blushing. Nice one. Thanks, Shade. You were my inspiration for that one. It's World Squid and Cuttlefish Day. I thought it was Squid Day the other day. No, it was Octopus Day. What? You're alive? Why are you alive? It's Cephalopod Awareness Week. Oh. Very cool. I'm coming, Sukako. I can't find the way around. There's freaking demons trying to kill me all the time. I like the word cephalopod. Cephalopod. It's always cephalopod day in our hearts. So true. I don't have enough faith. Maybe if I donate this kudzu tea. No, I probably shouldn't spend. Should I spend my faith? No, I'll wait.
Sakuko? そっちにいるの? Sakuko?
Stone orb. Oh. No. Ew. Let me away! Where's the way out? Where's the way out? Ouch. 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 What the hell? What the hell? Oh my god. I gotta go back over here. I'm about to go fucking crazy over here. Go stupid, go crazy, go stupid, go crazy, go stupid, go crazy. Ah, I keep forgetting how to fucking, I didn't leave you all alone. Sukako, I didn't.
ごめんごめんね一人は嫌だよ寂しいよ
Okay. We good, we good, we're limping, we're limping. Greatly restores health. Sukako? Sakuko. Ah, ah, what is that? Oh, oh no. Sukako, I'm sorry, Sukako. So, is this our first boss? Oh. What the hell is that? Oh! Holy. Ew.
サクコどうして今の一体何なの
Ow. She's a really cool design. Ow!
咲子、お願いだからやめて。
Can I just leave? I can't just leave. I have to. Uh, 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 uh. Let's go back together. I'm sorry.
お前が咲子じゃない。
I'm sorry, Sakuko. I'm sorry. Whoa. Whoa.
つきものの分際でここへ踏み入ろうと愚かな。
今のは
君についてきた汚
An
れだろ
impurity that haunts you no more.
もう失せた。安心していい。属性に生きる以上、汚れがつくことは仕方がない。払えばいいだけ。
Warning, any spoilers will result in a timeout, no second chance. You could pin that. Oh, I forgot I have hands. Hi! I have hands. Hi. Hi, I have hands. Who's spoiled? I don't think
この
anyone's...
先は神
I
聖
don't
な
know.
領域だ。私も君も汚れは持ち込めない。ここで汚れを落とす。
I have hands. Yes. Hand stream. That's not working for me. Huck, can you pin it? Oh, you did it. Thanks, thanks, Hawk. It's so funny, I know what you mean, but just hearing... Oh, I forgot I have hands. I'm really high, and I forgot I had hands. Oh, he spit it out. Are they purifying themselves?
さあ君も
はい。いや、
大丈夫ただの水だよ
Her mind's playing tricks on her. Why does he look so short there? I don't know. It's just water, Hinako. You're fine. Me wanna drink hot soup. Oh, I got achievement. I got an achievement. I am cleansed. Don't trust him, but he's attractive. And he has a mask on.
しっかりしろ
Fuck you,
あ
Rinko.
んた階段から落ちたんだよ。
Fuck her.
腕
Fucking push me down the stairs.
あれ、
Is he
引っ
attractive?
掛けて破いちゃったのか
That
な。
looks like a BTS member. We hate Rinko.
特にあざはないみたいだな。痛むところはないか。
うん、大丈夫。それはよかった。
Well, my homies hate Rinko. If Rinko has 0 haters, I'm dead.
どうした？
行こう。時間を無駄にした。
よし、
Hmm.
行こう。
私をちゃんと守ってよ。
Hmm.
私、ひなこみたいに強くないんだから。
分かってる。俺から離れるな。
God, I want to punch her so bad.
目指すは俺の家だ。裏道から山を越え県道に出よう。俺が先頭を行く。相棒は
When are you
死んだ
gonna drop this partner stuff?
私はシュウ君の後ろにいるね。真ん中なら安心だし。
It's safest in the middle. Thanks. Wait, were these two at the start? Yes, they were. Sakuko is very much in touch with her spiritual side. She always seems to have some god or apparition visiting her dreams, telling her about this or that. According to Sakuko, there's been quite the supernatural disturbance around Ebisugoaku. Gaoka. Why we hate Rinko? Because she's a pick-me who pushed me down the stairs. She's a pick-me. She's obsessed with Shu and she wants him for her. Yeah. She pushes you down this. Yeah. She's just an ass. For real. She just chooses her safety and herself over her friend. Her friend. I was trying to do quotations. Friend. Friend. Close enough. Can I go back in that house? She broke up our Microsoft Dinosaur CD and cut us up all over our body and pushed us down the stairs and our shoes fell off. Exactly. Exactly, Sunny. You get it. What happened to the door? Where's the door? Oh, we can't go inside. Where are we going? Head to Shoe's house. Where the hecky is Shoe's house? Guys, I'm kind of hungry and I might go heat up some curry. Might go heat up some curry. I kind of forgot to eat. I was so busy trying to work on like a TikTok that I forgot to eat. How do I get an Ima? Ima. Where did that big one go? Okay, that's my house. What the? I have to get all the way over there somehow.
ひなここっちだ大丈夫か相棒
The monsters on your
化け物
tail
につけられて
are
ないか
there.
問題ない。
シュウ君っていつまでひな子のこと相棒って呼ぶの？相棒なんて呼び方小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ俺は相棒を女扱いしてない
そうだな。された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ行くぞ
Wow. Don't piss me off. My headset is going boop 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 boop. Oh. This is not where I'm supposed to go. This is Sakuko's shrine thing. I'm very disheveled. At least I have my tail attached. Okay, we're going all the way straight. I don't have time for you. I don't have time for you. I gotta go.
相棒、妙な化け物が増えてる気がしないか？
お前の宇宙戦争だって
All
妙
sorts
な
of
宇
weird
宙人が
aliens
どんどん
kept
増えて
popping
った
up
だろ
when
う
we
が
played Space Wars,
ひなこっ
right?
て
Has
シュウ君と
anyone
話す
ever
ときは
told you
男の子み
that
たい
when
な
you
喋
talk
り
to
方
Shu,
だ
you
よ
sound
ね。
kind of manly?
昔の癖が今も抜けないからかな。
俺たちは幼い頃からの付き合いだからな。
ふん。だから男女の関係にはならなかったってわけ。
今はそんな話をしてる時じゃないぞ。行こう。
This is a game that Shu and I played together when we were kids. Basically, aliens known as Galactic Imperium would arrive in UFOs in droves, and we would fight them to protect the town. Playmates would come and go. We called them new recruits and fallen ones, respectively. And in the end, Shu and I were the only ones left standing to combat the Galactic Imperium. Space Wars wasn't just about fighting evil with laser guns, though. We'd pretend to analyze the enemy by drawing alien sketches. During PE, we'd say that the class was the class was a training camp for the space army. I think we played with dolls too, right? I think that's when we were training in first aid in order to assist the injured. Am I hurt? I'm not hurt. My weapons are. Wait, I thought I had a repair kit. What the? I thought I had a repair kit. Why? Oop. Higashi. I got a baseball bat. bitch. Ah, ah, ah. Oh my god, there's like a gnat crawling on my microphone and it's driving me crazy. Frickin' frick.
相棒はこっちだ。
I don't know, maybe. What the? I'm gonna kill this guy with a baseball bat? Oh my god. There's no way.
やだ気持ち悪い。
あいつらまさかあの気持ち悪いので街を飲み込む気なのか。
化け物が多すぎる。
迂回しよう。街を突っ切るのは危険すぎる。
私たちの千鶴やどうしてこんな。
中学校の方へ向かってそこから山道を登ろう。だいぶ遠回りになるが街は避けられる。よし行こう。
No, it's still there. Oh, I got it. Ew, it's on my finger. Be helpful if I got like supplies, anything. Pills. It got knocked over. Oh, weird. Son, you better read this and get it through your thick head. Let me take you back to something that happened during the war. One day, some high and mighty military police from out of town got pissed drunk and decided to kick over a statue of Inari-sama, even spat on it. The next morning, all those policemen were found dead in the waterway, their corpses bloated and heavy as hell. They got carted off to the medical examiner's office so the coroner could take a look, you know, hawk to on that thing. They hawk to it on that thing. Son, they even threw it back. You know, that place a few minutes from us. I was one of the people who helped carry the bodies and wash them, so I saw everything with my own two eyes. When the doctor put his knife to their bellies and opened them up, a whole swamp of stomach-churning gunk came pouring out. I ain't kill saying that. And I didn't mean their guts either. From neck to navel, hell, even right up their asses, those bodies were stuffed full of decomposing rats, birds, frogs, snakes, you name it. And that look of frozen terror on their face, I'll never forget that. Anyway, moral of the story is that you better not ever disrespect Inari-sama in any way, even if you're drunk. Damn. They got fucked up. I did not. Where are we going? This way? And then... No. That way. Hmm. Where are we going? Does that mean we can go? Does the arrows mean we can go through those buildings? So we go that way and then that way, and then we go follow that path and go over here, take through that house there, and then we have to go around. What? Real men drink Otori beer. Am I going the right way? Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Ouch. Oh. What's that? What's that? Oh my god. I died. Night, Sunny. When the soup is too hot. Ah. 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 I was going the wrong fucking way.
け。
Ouch. No, stop freaking dashing. Oh my god. Okay. There's so many following me.
今何かが飛んでったぞ。
Something just flew by. Did they go up? Oh wow, you do care about me. Did you throw a ladder down for me? That was nice. Ew, 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 ew. Ah, 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 ew. Ew. That's disgusting. Oh my god. Fuck you, actually. Can I have some stuff? Give me some stuff, please. Oh, ew. Ew. Nice. I would really like some health though. A bandage would be awesome. This is disgusting. I'm gonna die. This thing is...
よく聞いて。ひなこをほっといて。もう手遅れなの。
Wow, she's telling Shu to give up on me. Someone I mod for fell for a fake story. A fake story about what? Oh my god, no! Oh my god. I became Sakuko. Someone's shocking their dog on stream. They didn't. Weird. Are you gone? I've been thinking of telling them to unmod me for a while. Why don't you? Step back, girl. This calls for a real Showa man. A hot-blooded baseball samurai steps up to the plate. Just be like, I have too much going on. Can I not be a mod anymore or something? It's easy. shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck, 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 fuck. This is not great. This is not great. I got an EMA, but at what cost? I love the chase combat music. It's so eerie. Yeah, it is. Am I going the right way? I don't think I'm going the right way. I don't know. Stop it! I'll be right back. Hello. I am using Bluetooth with my controller, but I don't think it's gonna be very great, so we'll see. Yeah, see, it's like... Welcome back, thank you. Which way are we going? We don't want to go that way, do we? Do we want to go this way? Okay, that's where...
もうじき壊れる
You're...
な
It's already about to break. Ugh. Ew. That's not where we go. I chose hard puzzles. Is this the way we go? Oh, it is.
シュウ君嘘ついてるよね。
知らねえよ。
騙せてると思う？ひなこを。
ひなこ、遅かったな。心配したぜ。
心配してなかったよ。相棒なら絶対に大丈夫って言ってた。そうか。ありがとう。
Yeah, they both are. Mashi. Hi, Shark. Hi, Shark. How are you? Worn down today? I'm sorry. This is the only way I can go. Knife. Oh my god, I hate this fucking thing. Ew. Fucking perish. How's the video I sent you, Zilla? What you gonna do? Come on, right now. Here I am. Let's go. Ew, 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 ew. Did it died? Did it died? No, it didn't died. Did I just use the... Oh my god, did I just use the bat like a spear? I need to find a new weapon. I do. Oh my god, every time I hear this song at work, I think of Ed. I think of Ed every time. Everything reminds me of him. You know I love my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Okay, I can't go through there. Can I go this way? Wait, is this where I came from? I don't remember. Yes, that is where I came from. Look at my bat. Oh my god. I kind of like that attention to detail. The weapon actually looks broken. Am I supposed to take this way, or... They're right there? How do I get to them? Oh. I don't know. I don't want to talk about that right now. Talk about what?
やめないよ。シュウ君がしっかりと現実を見るまでやめない。
だからやめてくれ。俺は
なら言ってあげる。ひな子はね、死んだんだよ。ひな子は向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
相棒、遅かったな。
What?
行こうぜ。
Hinako's dead?
昔はシュウとこの辺で道草食ってた。
Oh. This bitch crazy. Which bitch?
鍵がかかってる。昔はなかったのに。
鍵は学校にあるはずだ。
ちょっと休憩しようよ。
My throat made a weird sound. The one who pushed you. Yeah, they've been
相棒
walking
も疲れただ
forever.
ろう。休んでてくれ。俺は鍵を探してくる。
わかった。え、シュウ君が一緒じゃないと嫌だよ。心細いよ。お願い、一緒にいて。ね。
My god, you're so
もう
annoying.
少し休め。鍵は私が探す。そうだよ。シュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから。後からついてくるだけだったひな子の方が余裕あるって。
おい、そんな言い方をするなよ。
私は気にしない。二人とも休んでてくれ。
Damn. They're so annoying. Oops.
これが壊れたらどうする？
Yeah.
卒業以来だな。
Oh, this is wonderful. I think I'll go upstairs first and not down the treacherous corridor. I need a key. Oh, looks like I have to go. Oh my god. Chrysanthemums. Hi, Cox. Chrysanthemums grown by our very own vice principal have won the governor's prize. Hi, Boo! Hi! Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hi! Wait. Is it not gonna work? No! It's not gonna work. Oh, there it goes. Hi! 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 Okay, time to go down the corridor. Empty. Vice principal is so paranoid about his key that he always takes them with him whenever he leaves. So it's kind of ironic that he lost the keys to the stairwell. He's looking for them frantically like a madman. I'm getting so disheveled right now. Ooh, steel pipe. Just what I need. I'll just use this until it breaks. Buy as much of that mountain's land as you can. Borrow money if you must, for it will surely bring you great wealth. Thank you for the head pad. Thank you.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Shortly thereafter, the country commenced their dam construction plan, and the mountain Mr. Yoneda had purchased. And the mountain Mr. Yoneda has purchased was indeed a boon. He spent every last yen he earned on his hometown of Ebisu Gaoka. No, you don't get a thank you for the Wendy's. Oh. The monsters, the monsters, the monsters. Need a key. I need a key, I need a key. Big dude outside, big dude outside. What the? He is a monster. I can't open any of these, are you kidding? None of them. Not a single one. Oh. Oh, Takeshi. I don't have a GG camera set up. I need to get those, I need to get those. Yeah, I prefer GG over myself as well. Don't worry.
もうじき壊れるな。
I think I have to go outside and fight that big guy.
ひな子は苦しんでる。俺には相棒を放っておくことはできない。
いつまで相棒ごっこ続けるの？もうあなたには相棒なんていないんだよ。
What? What's that face for? Stop telling everybody I'm dead. I can still hear Hinako's voice. I could still hear her voice. Back. I'll pick that up later. Wait. No. Why is this even an option? I'll go fight big guy. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
いや、相棒だ。何があってもずっと俺たちは相棒なんだ。
かわいそうなシュウ君。あなたにとってひな子が大切な人だったのはよくわかるよ。だからこそ笑顔でお見送りしなくちゃ。それが相棒の
Make sure to check the journal.
最後。
I think I met Rinko during my first year here. I remember her surprise when she heard that I called Shu partner. Ebisugaoka used to be a lively town with an ample labor force for construction and coal mining when the school was built. The town was always bustling. The school was full of students. The students at that time studied how to further improve the town as adults. The student of our time now study so that we can leave to go to a bigger town when we're adults. Oh. Thy restless heart betrays thee as unfit for this auspicious day. I'm reading. I'm dancing, getting a little closer, and maybe get to know her. Why is it? Okay, there we go. I need to check the stairwell. Stop saluting me. I'm not saluting. What is your arm doing? It's staying up for some reason. Cause I have it. Okay, there we go. Cause I have it like where my leap motion can see it. Oh, that scared me. Ew, 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 ew. Ew, 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 ew. That scared you? Teehee, teehee. Chicken? Origami of rumors? Not to brag, but we've taken down the enemy's mothership, the giant UFO, on many occasions. However, each time that happened, the Galactic Imperium would deploy more and more troops from their home planet. As we grew older, we were able to have a better understanding of heroes by watching television, and I think we came up with some elaborate backstories for the enemy leaders. By this time, it was a world that only Shu and I knew. Enjoys gardening and waters a flower bed in the school grounds in his spare time. Is that all that there was? Where's the garden beds? Are these the garden beds? Oh. Oh, I thought those were pills. Or bandage. Am I going crazy? Am I... Is there more out here than... Oh, Emma! Emma! Ooh, 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 ooh. Give me the sledgehammer. There's more out there for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Whoa! Owie. Owie, 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 Oh my god. I didn't find everything, did I? I swear. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. They never end. Take my pill. Take your pill, your happy pill. These guys come back to life. There's no point in killing them. Pop that perk. Oh my god. There's no point in killing the big guy. He just fucking revives anyway. I just need to find what I'm looking for and keep running. I'm gonna punch you. You're so annoying. I'm looking for something
どう
specific.
する
Ew, that's so disgusting. I'm not a bunny maid. This is a school outfit, not a maid costume. Oh my god. I found it. I found what I was looking for, everybody. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. That's not. I need a breather. You know she's in like middle school, right? She's not in a maid costume. What the heck? One of the Scarecrow girls? Okay. Two F. What the fuck? I hate this so much. No, the plane was so beautiful. Why'd it stop? That scared me too. Sometimes we just need chill, calm vibes. You don't always have to get under my skin. You don't always have to piss me off. Just chill with me. That's all I want sometimes. It's all I crave is just to chill and not get angry. Shizzle bizzle. Shizzle bizzle. Shizzle bizzle. My old classroom. Find a way out of the class. No, you do not. That's not true. Remember Rinko folding up origami all the time. I don't know what was on them. But I saw her writing down things during class and folding paper into foxes on multiple occasions. Where's the store weapons? A backpack would help. A backpack would help. I think I might be able to upgrade my... Oh yeah, I have to find a certain item to upgrade my inventory. Or my back pocket. My backpack pocket, whatever it's called. Air jail, 30 minutes. Shizzle gets 30 minutes of air jail. Who's putting him in air jail? Hinako isn't coming. I'm sorry for lying to you, but I thought that I needed to get you alone to find out how you truly feel. Look into your heart and try opening this box with your true feelings. Do you remember the day when just the two of us went to that cafe? We talked about how it felt like we were delinquents since we were supposed to be going to school that day. But you know what? I didn't care what the other people thought about us as long as I could spend time with you. That was all I needed. We both ordered the same cake that day. I can still remember how my heart almost burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from those lips. The sweet and tart fruit on the cake, this taste still lingers in my mouth like it was yesterday. Do you still remember the taste too? Cake. I am putting him in air jail. Raspberries. Blowing raspberries. Rotato.
反応なしか。
That's a strawberry. Grapes.
間違えたか。
No. Cherry. Is that pie? Something must be off. I got banned on Valorant for cheating? What? No way they banned you! Are you kidding me? I don't even know how to cheat. That's crazy. Oh my god, Pumpkin. I know you don't know how to cheat. Why the fuck would they think you were cheating? That's crazy insane. You're too good. They thought you were cheating. You're too good. No, you better write a fucking, like, long message to them. That's crazy. No, you haven't. We played it, like, how long ago? Please unban me. I'm not that good at the game, I swear. Something fishy here. Wait. I was cheating on your account. When something smells these days, it's likely AI. So true. Is it just the cake? Did I try just the cake? Can we get an AI shizzle? That's what the world needs. The world does not need AI. Cherry pie? That's the only thing I can think of that's sweet and tart. I don't know. This puzzle's weird. Is it just the tart ones? I don't know. I'm so lost. I'm so lost. Maybe there's something else. Something else. I'm stuck in this room right now. I have to open the box to get out. Mm. Da, 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 da. Does the journal say anything? It says something about cake and sweet and tart cake, sweet and tart fruit on the cake. Look into your heart and try opening this box with your true feelings. There's only two sides of the box. There's something that looks like pie or cake or I don't know. That looks like pie to me, not cake.
間違えたか。
That's Nikiri. That's grape. I feel like I tried this already. What is it? What is it? What is it? Hmm. I'm trying to think of all. Was it apple pie? Oh my god, I'm never gonna figure this out. I picked the hard puzzles. Maybe it's all one thing. It should be fruit, right? Fruit. Sweet and tart fruit. Cake. Orange isn't... You're stronger than me, I would have banned on sight. The pinned message, I mean. I see. Hi God, how are you? Hi, how are you? No, incorrect. So you did remember. Well, that makes me feel very special. By the way, are you over Hinako now? Apologies if I sound blunt, but I want to make it clear that girl is dead. I know you're going through a rough time right now and you must be in so much pain, but you know I can be there for you. Would you rather go through it yourself still? Can picture us slowly unfolding the pages of our hearts, talking about all the small mundane details of our day-to-day lives. By filling up one journal after another with our thoughts, I know we can make a fresh start, a blank page upon which we can write the new story of our lives. Surely you see it too. Wow. Wow. Okay, it's okay, Shade. Once... Why do you never read more than the latest 2 messages? I do. I do read the messages. I can't scroll up, apparently. It's not letting me scroll up. So do all the fruits. I did do all the fruits! Okay, what did I miss? I did pick all the fruits, and then I picked some of the fruits that were only... That was only... Okay. I picked the fruits that were the tart ones. Because all of the fruits didn't work. I did that already. Am I still stuck in this room? Oh, was it all the fruits? I thought it was just... Oh my god, I must have missed one. I must have been... Whatever. Once you have a sword next to your name, the streamer filters out your messages. Maybe it's all the books? Yeah. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to stay positive, and remember, I'll always be here for you if you need anything. You know, you're not the only one who's sad because Hinako's no longer with us. If the two of us could Huddled together, we would soothe this pain that bites like the cold of winter. And then surely spring will arrive, welcoming us with sakura in full bloom to celebrate our union. Can you picture the beautifully blooming sakura awaiting us? Thank you for the head pat, Shark. Is it only these two? No, it's not. The beautifully blooming sakura. Okay. Dear Shu, I like you, I love you, I always have, and I always will. I'll be waiting to hear what you think about me. Second floor classroom, generic key. Leave the classroom. They shared cake one time and she wants to marry him.
ひなこはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい？
お姉ちゃんどこ？
お友達は永遠じゃないの。
Friends don't last forever.
彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。
お姉ちゃん
天秤にかけ
I
る価値が
suppose
あるかどうか。
some people get attached
しっ
easily.
かりと
Yeah.
判断しなさい。
それってどういう？
Overall, that's not a playground like elementary school, but not as mature as high school. Middle school, to me, was like the stage between a tadpole and a frog. I guess you could say it's periods of grotesque transformations. Up until elementary school, Shu and I would have water fights and we wouldn't mind if our underwear showed. Once we entered middle school, once we entered middle school though, while we might not have paid any mind to things like that, others around us did. It just felt like our world changed in a snap. Boys and girls used to think of one another as mortal enemies, always bickering and fighting each other, but now it suddenly turned into such a weird dynamic where we have to treat each other in a completely different way. It's fine for people who want to do that because the people around them are doing the same, But for someone like me who really couldn't care less about what people think, that's not the case. It looks like Shu hasn't read this letter. I figured out the box. I did it. I'm doing hard puzzles, okay?
校舎内まで入ってきてる。
I need to go... I am on the second floor. I got a gate key. I need to go find a shrine. I have a lot of stuff I can donate. Okay, that puzzle sucks. Took me forever. Yeah, it took me forever. It shouldn't have, but it did. Liar, 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 liar. Jobn. TT is the most disgusting person I've ever met. I wish someone would destroy her locker. If anyone wants to make my wish come true, her locker combination is 377. Oh, that was the locker we found downstairs. Ouch. Are they gonna come in here? Can you not come in here? Not allowed. How do I get downstairs? It seems to be... there seems to be no stairs. Can you come in? Oh, he... Fuck you. Fuck you. Jesus. What's that? Oh, the stupid chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum. Three, 7, 7 is the combination of the locker. There was a locker somewhere. What? Is it 337? Three, 7, 7. Did I not do it right? What the heck? What am I doing wrong? Maybe it's not that one? What other locker is there? That's the only locker with a combination on it. It is hers because when I clicked it, it said Aoshi. No. No, it's not the right one. Well, shit. Where's more lockers? T. Ouch. Empty? T. Oh, I did find keys for the... Did I find keys for the front gate? What does it say? Open the locker in the locker room. Okay. The locker in the locker room. This is literally the only locker with a fucking code on it. Fuck this, I'm leaving. I've had enough. I'm leaving. I freaking need more Okay. More
検察
stamina.
で一山当てた成金がわざわざここに学校を建てたって聞いたことがある。
Save my progress. Boop-a-doop-boo, boop-a-doop-boo, boop-a-doop-boo-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Key to back gate. Okay. That's the exit. Can't open. This is not the locker room. That's so odd. Very, very odd. Did I open all these? Quite strange how only the girl scarecrows attack me. I think only the girl scarecrows attack me. Yep. I get close to this one, I'm fine. What the heck? Who's putting dead rats over here? I got the main gate key. How do I get to the main gate? I'm looking. I need to find the locker key or the locker combination. Ay, ay, ay. Why can't it just be 377? What does it have to be? Let me see. It seems that making secret codes with numbers and symbols is all the craze these days. How'd you get 311?
間違えたか。
Oh. Stoic, Sto, hi. How are you? We're trying to get into TT's. But this is Aoshi Takeshi's locker.
I love So Sumini. Glad to have him as a real life friend. We'll support you forever.
Well,
even
this
if
is
it's
the
not-
only locker room.
It could be a cult.
It could be a call. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You almost got me.
There's other locker
You little
rooms.
rascal.
Where? How the spooky. It's spooky. It's very spooky. I'm stuck. Because I had the bright idea to frickin' do hard puzzles. I gotta search around. I gotta search around, you say? I don't wanna.
キーボックスが開かない。鍵がいる。
I just wanna say open sesame and it open. Oh, so Hawk is like at the exact same spot I am at. That's pretty funny. I'm doing good, Stoke. How was your stream earlier? Hunt Showdown. Aoi Takeshi. Aoi Takeshi. It was cute. Hunt is an acquired taste. It's one of those you could die from BS any second after trying super hard for 20 minutes and lose everything games. Like Fortnite. No, I don't know. Fortnite's not hard. It seems interesting. I don't know if it's a game I would play.
これが壊れたらどうする？
Give me that. Give me that. If you die, you lose your character? You lose your whole character? I don't know. How does that work? Like... I need a key. Well, I got a back gate key. All the gear and perks. Gone. No, I got a front gate key. Yeah, main gate key. Yes. Yes. If you win, you get... Oh, all gear and perks gone. Just deleted. If you buy a skin, you get to keep the skin, but you have to rebuy the dude the skin is associated with. Oh, using in-game. Salem Owl. Salem Owl. Hello, thank you for the follow. I'm a tortoise. The bus is calling out to me. I didn't get the news that school would be so far away. Bus, the best thing in the world. I love it so much that I made my locker combination. I made it my locker combination. Bus. I love it so much that I made it my locker combination. Asakura Ayumi, row 4, line 2. Row 4? Row 4, line 2. Row 4, line 2. What? Okay, I keep doing that. I'm sorry. Seems that making secret codes with numbers and symbols is all the craze these days. I'm a tortoise. The bus is calling out to me. I didn't get the news that school would be so far away. Bus, the best thing in the world. That scared the bejeebus out of me. Don't want to use my sledgehammer yet. Where? I thought the poison attack. Yeah, that's a pretty strange mechanic, but at least you could buy them back with in-game currency. Note between lovers. 4151 plus. Wait, do I have to do math? Guys, do I have to do math? Not math. It's the code for baka, you know, stupid. Girl code is based off the alphabet. Basically, you just switch letters with numbers and symbols that look like them. Sato would be 45 plus 06. 5 looks like an S, and 4 looks like an A, right? And the plus is a T, and the 0 is an O because they're basically the same shape. 6 doesn't really look like it, but apparently it's U. What the fuck? So for my name, Yoshida would be X051. Oh my god, that's so confusing. Okay, what does bus look like? $865. Wait, was that Aoi's number? 865. Oh, is it spreading downstairs? No. No, you is 6. Well, I'm gonna go find the other locker area. Oh, I can go in here. Okay, this is not... Okay, 865 is not Aoi. It's someone else. Where do we find the locker room? Where is the locker room? Does anyone know where the locker room is? Oh, toolkit. This music's really creepy. That's so cute of him using my... Owie! Owie! That's the code. So what is A? A is 4? 4... Is A 4? 4... 0... Owie. Owie. 401. Yeah. 401. 401. 401. I happened to find out Suga. I happened to find out Suga locker combination. Wait. What did that say? When you convert it to code, it looks like a cry for help. 505? It looks like a cry for help. 505. See you, Suga. And what the fuck? White Hawk 7. She figured out 505 instantly. Yeah, because the 5 isn't... The S is a 5 and the O is a... She said SOS. No, she said help. A cry for help is SOS. Right? So 505. I'm so smart. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Yeah. Yep. I'm so fucking smart sometimes. You don't have to compliment me, chat. I know already. Yay, Mashi. Yay, smart Mashi. Thanks. New smart arc. I'm over my dumb arc. I'm smart now. We didn't think of SOS. Oh, I always think of a cry for help. Dumb arc over. Okay. Now I just have to find the fucking locker room. Oh. Was I already at the locker room? I was at a locker room, but was I at the locker room? There's a door here.
キーボックスが開かない。鍵がいる。
Oh my god.
更衣室。
This is...
間違えたか。
This is not... TT. This one's 377. Ew, disgusting. Suga. Yay! And then this one. Asakura 8 bus 865. Key cabinet. Okay, then the key cabinet's over. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me. I do too. I do like that sound. It's very nice. Blah 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 blah. Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't come in. Okay, okay, okay. You can come in. I'm sorry I made fun of you. Can I not die, please? I'm getting fucked up. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Yeah, bitch. Get fucked.
見つけた。
Back to the mountains. Back to the mountains. Are you gonna leave me alone? Yeah, okay. Okay, they're over here.
ナロさん、私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。
What?
シュウ君が望むなら、相棒の役でも、悪の女幹部の役でもいいんだよ。鍵、見つけたぞ。
Femme fatale. What the fuck? Rinko, why?
相棒も休めよ。俺たち先に休んだから。
休みなよ。私とシュウ君で寝ずの番をしててあげるから。いや、私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
おやすみ、ひなこ。
Time to go see Foxman.
でもさ、シュウ君もああいうの好きでしょ。
興味ねえよ。
You like that sort of thing? You like femme fatale? Shoo. Boop, boop, boop. I don't know how the fuck you'd fall asleep in this situation.
魂を奪われた私だ。今度は私が君の魂を救い、
I shall save your soul.
君の命を奪おう。
There I am. It's stoic. Oh, he showed his face. Give me your soul. Are you going to save my soul? I trust. Maybe? Question mark. Good night, everyone. Good luck, Mashi. You're going to sleep? What time is it? It's only 12.
無理しなくていい。
I didn't know he could take that off.
まだ休んでいるといい。
Yeah, me either.
起きられます。
8 a.m. Oh, fuck. That sucks. Ew. I am so disheveled.
少し強すぎたのかもしれない。君は思った以上に繊細で敏感なようだ。でも、よく頑張ったね、みなこ。
I love him.
さあ、先に進もう。
I trust him 100%. Because he's hot. I do not trust him. I trust him. I trust him with my life. I trust men with masks 100%. Men will never understand. No, they will not. If they wear a mask. Oh. My true side's coming out. It's showing. Y'all are fucked. God, I hope so. I want my pole arm. Oh. want waffle fries. Go through the door. This door? I want my whole arm. No, my pole arm. I would like my whole arm, please.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
サクコの
Go, 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 Hinako, go, go, Hinako.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
Pissing all by yourself, handsome. Oopsie. Yes, redeem everything. Oh yeah, cheese tax is broken. Oh, it's broken because I have it hidden.
All my fellas.
Da-da. All my fellas. Da-da-da-da-da. All my fellas. All my fellas. Teddy bear. Teddy bear. Sag, my dumbass, was like... Oh, you got your points back? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How is she still playing the game when she's raving? That's really funny. Good one. Good one. How is she dancing and playing the game? That's crazy. Just a note, as Sakuko's mother, I want to thank you for teaching my daughter. I wanted to apologize for what happened the other day on the field trip. It seems Sakuko caused a lot of trouble. My daughter has been that way ever since she was young. As a child, she always hated when we turned off the lights to go to bed, and she avoided dark movie theaters and tunnels like the plague. I mistakenly thought she would have overcome her fear of the dark now that she is grown up. But I believe the reason her fear came back during the field trip is because she is unaccustomed to sleeping in a different environment. I gave her a stern talking to for behaving so shamefully at her age. She has since reflected on her behavior and is sorry for how she acted. Please accept both her and my apologies. Pumpkin, did you get your Valorant count? Did you get your Valorant back? Pole arm. Oh my god. How do I get rid of the... It looks like a Mockingjay. Hinako? It's me? Hinako? I'm not gonna fuck with that. Oh, I'm in the school still. no! Oh no! I fucked up! Be gone, demon! Be gone! I really fucking hate these guys. This one's actually not as bad as the one that hops around. Except he's stronger because... Dude! Let me take my pill, bro! There were two things. I hate gym class. Just looking at my gym clothes makes me depressed. They're holding a long distance race at school soon. I know it's just an excuse for them to watch me come in last and laugh at me. I knew how lonely I would feel if everyone just left me in the dust, so I asked Rinko if she would hang back so we could run across the finish line together. And do you know what? She said yes. I asked Hinako too, but she said no. She said it's because she's in a sports club and she'll get yelled at by the teacher if she doesn't try her best. Well, I suppose that makes sense if it's true. The handwriting suddenly turns erratic, but I know the truth. I know it's really because you don't want to be held back like by a slow poke like me. I hope Hinako trips and falls and breaks all her bones in her body so she can never run again. Jesus! Fuck. These are my friends? God damn. Peed hat. Shark. Sharky shark. Okay, that's green. Okay, bye 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 bye. Ouch. I hate the dark. It reminds me that I'm all alone. Everyone's always telling me that I'm a little weird, that I'm a bit strange. I'm the weird kid who's always by herself. I can forget my loneliness at school inside a classroom full of people chatting away. In the dark, however, it comes creeping back. Thank you for the head pat. The handwriting turns erratic and emotional. I know the truth. I know what Hanako really thinks of me. She thinks I'm weird, just like all the others. I know it's true. I know she's making fun of me behind my back. Does she think they don't badmouth her when she's not around? I can't stand the fact that she puts on a fake smile and acts like she's the only normal one, all while looking down on me. It makes me so mad. I hate her. I hate her so much. Oh, you tricked me. Ouch. hail. That one should be open. Don't be lonely, have head pet. I'm not lonely, I have you guys here. Oh, 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 oh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm sweaty, I'm hot. I hope there's not a bad thing here. I gotta stretch. I needed to turn my fan on. I'm hot. Ugh. I have no stamina. Thank you for the head pat. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I made my first ever friend today. Her name is Shimizu Hinako. But Mr. Rabbit, she's my first ever real-life human friend, so I'm a little scared. What if she throws me away and forgets me? I'm so scared of that happening. When I told my newest bestest friend Hinako this, she promised she'd never ever abandon me. Not ever, she promised me. But you know what, Mr. Rabbit? What if Hinako breaks her promise? What if she betrays me? What if she's lying? No, I don't want to think about it. Hinako said she would never leave me. She promised. I have to believe her. Because that's what friends do, right? They believe each other. Hinako, if you betray me, you'll pay. I'll make you pay and regret ever hurting me. Got it? Come on. I don't like those things. Okay, but I need to go this way. Oh my god, I cannot fight this thing. just happened? Okay. These are definitely Hinako's thoughts. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's her feeling like she betrayed Sukako's dream. Because it's her dream, right? So it's her mind. Oh, shit. I wish I knew what that said. I died, so there's an item here. Oh, I'm full. I'm stuck. Okay. So I need to reopen red? I don't really want to open red. What is this? I don't know which one that is. Doesn't. Can I destroy these? I can destroy them. I cannot destroy them. Is there a locker I need to open? Bandage. I'm gonna need to open this. I don't know where else to go. Around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world.
ひなこ、来てくれたの。
Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to level height as if they were reflections in a mirror as custom dictates.
怖いよ。
I'm scared. Get
早
me
く
up.
出して。
Oh, she's back to normal. How do I help her? No, I wanna. I see. I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh, I can't mess with these. Oh, did it reset? Okay, did I do it? What happened? Did I break the game? Oh. Round the world, around the world.
何してるの？いや、一人は嫌。 ひなこ、助けて、行かないで。
Don't leave. She's just leaving? Wait, what?
ずっと一緒って約束したじゃん。裏切ればな。
In the dark? She's leaving her alone in the dark? That's crazy. Okay, what now? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely mad. I mean, was it actually Sakuko or was it a demon? Turn to the grand hall. Find a way to open the sacred door. Use the rabbit emblem. Pretty crazy nonetheless. Yeah, that's sad. That is actually sad. Like, she just wanted her friend. She didn't want to be abandoned. I can understand that.
今日は一段と綺麗だね。
You look even more beautiful today. This area is scary. Dead end. But there is a rabbit door here. Right here. Rabbit. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Miko's room. What the fuck? Oh my god. I hate this. I don't understand. Sorry, I know this must seem like it's coming out of nowhere, but what exactly is Hinako to you? Are you two just friends, or are you more than friends? I want you to tell me the truth. I know this is none of my business, but could you keep your distance from Shu? You know, people tend to get the wrong idea when boys and girls our age spend too much time together and you don't want to cause any issues for Shu, do you? You should really think more about how you behave. You're nothing but a fly. All you do is get in the way, get lost, or at the very least, shut your trap and stop bothering others, and quit buzzing around Shu all the damn time. Is this? Whose room is this again? I don't understand. I can't do anything else in here. Oh. Funny. Am I gonna kill Rinko? I want to go into the rabbit room. It doesn't hurt me, it just drains my sanity. Okay. Okay, I lied, it does hurt me. Owie! Owie! Quit your whining. Hinako here. You'll feel better after eating this. Forget what those jerks said today. And don't worry, they'll be getting an earful from me. You just have to be yourself, Hinako. You can't worry about what other people... You can't worry about what other people say is normal if that's their normal, not yours. I'll always be looking out for you. Best friend Rinko? What? What?
先に
Why? Ew. Ew, what is that? Ew. So as we got closer to the store, our classmates would peel off one by one as they turned to go home. It was never just me and Shu on our own, but I didn't care. The handwriting was erratic, but of course there was always that dirty little cockroach crawling all over Shu. I mean, come on, we're all walking home together. How about having a conversation with everyone else? A conversation that everyone else can join in on. Don't just go running off on your own little weird Space Wars world together. Space Wars world together. Okay, I mean, I could kind of see... Hinako is so fucked. Her brain is messed up, guys. It's messed up. Can we go? Can we leave? But what if I don't want to drop Rinko in the... Can I just go through the other door? I want to go back. Okay, I can't go back. Don't die, 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 don't die. I can see why she wants to push her down the stairs and kill her. No, 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 that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's you. No, it's no. You said that. No, I can see kind of how she is the way that she is. I mean, this whole world is like a big exaggeration of Rinko's mind. Not Rinko, Hinako. Okay. She's cooked. No, literally, she's cooked. She's literally cooked. I need to go back to the other room I was in. There's a... I need the bird. The bird. No, that's not the bird. That's not the fucking bird. Sure. How are you feeling? Water. Shizzle, are you still watching? If you are, can you please get me some water? Just a teensy bit of water, please. So needy. I know. Water! Yippee! Water! Yippee! Thank you. That sounded like a train. Oh, I need to... Oh, I do need that. I do need to go here. I need the rabbit and the leaf. The rabbit and the leaf. Wait, how the fuck do I... Hold on. So I need the Triforce and the leaf. Need the Triforce and the leaf. Not feeling great. I think I'm gonna go to bed soon. I'm sorry. I hope bed helps you feel better. Triforce, leaf, and then this way. There was something in this room that I didn't find. Sorry for writing you a letter out of the blue. I know we could just talk at school, but when I'm around you, I always end up... Yeah, I know this is really last minute, but would you mind coming shopping with me on Sunday? I want to know what clothes would look cute on me from a boy's perspective, that is. What do you... I love you so much. You never leave my thoughts. Oh, it's a Rinko's room. Why do you have so many dolls? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I am not finishing this game tonight. Definitely not.
なんでいつもあんたばっかりなのよ。
Okay, what? Rabbit and...
Hi.
Hi. Hi. How do I get to this area? We need to do Triforce. Triforce and Rabbit. What's up? What's up? Triforce and Rabbit. Triforce. Good night. Good night. Hope you sleep well, Shark. Oh, it's already on Triforce. Ow. Ow. Did Pumpkin go to sleep? Oh, she must have. Sad. Sad. No, Pumpkin. What? What the what? What is going on? Okay. I want to finish this. this area so I can go to sleep.
私の方が頑張っているのに頑張って
Ouch. It's not the way. This is not the way. I wanna go that way. I wanna go this way. Do I heal?
給食お昼休み友達
Lunch, recess, friends. Divine water. I need. Ew. We're leaving, we're leaving, we're leaving, we're leaving, we're leaving, we're leaving, we're leaving. Thanks for nothing. Guess what? No, you lurked before I could guess what. No. SMH my head, Mashi. You're gonna cook! Your baby's gonna fucking burn! I don't care about what Shu thinks. Okay, this is very graphic. Damn. She just walks away like fucking... Cool girls don't look at their friends being burned in lava. Can I explore this area now? Is everything open? No. No. Go back. SMH my head. We're just dreaming, guys. We didn't actually burn Rinko alive, okay? She's with Shu in the other dimension world thing. Debatable. Debatable. That's not what I want. What did I not check? Oh, can I go over there? I don't think I want to be here anymore. I like how she runs down the stairs. This is Silent Hill. It is Silent Hill. Silent Hill, where we slaughter our friends and leave them in darkness. Oh, okay. How the fuck do I get out of here? Oh, over here. Okay, but what happens if I don't kill my friends? Rage. We prage. Ah! My controller. Carrying not any memory of what has come to pass beyond this point. Lay all bare open the pedestal first. The door shall not open to those who harbor regret in their hearts. Return what is lost. Oh. I was trying to poke the one behind the thing, not in front of it. I want to check the drawer. Carrying a freaking pole arm around. Katsuti. A drawing of young Shimizu Hinako, even if it was drawn by an elementary school student, it's still not too bad. It is definitely drawn on purpose. There are all kinds of curses written on it, such as stupid, disgusting, etc. Freaking puzzle. Jesus. No, nothing. Wrong way. Wrong way. I can't do anything with that. Ima. Ima. Okay, so that's a dead end. What's the other side? Nice. Bandage. Bandage. Oh. What the shit is this? What the fuck am I looking at? I need a minute. Oh. looking for something. Do I have to beat this thing? Oh my god. Spooky Loops, hello? Oh no, my Miku Miku beam animation's not working. Hi. How are you? Thank you for the raid. Let's get a shout out. Yeah. Phoenix Wright. Ooh, Phoenix Wright. I've never played a Phoenix Wright game, but I've been watching
people with stealing their stuff and throwing dead children.
my friend play
You
it
were
with.
throwing dead children at individuals. I've partaken in that.
You've partaken in murder.
Stanky, but tanky. Welcome in. I am Mashi, a Golden Retriever, Cottagecore VTuber. This game is very graphic, very spooky. I'm fighting a very disturbing creature right now. So if you're not into that, you can tab out. I understand completely. Y'all just missed the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, it was pretty. I had to pause the game for a moment to like to settle down before I fought it. How was your game? How was your stream? If you need to raid and run, please do so. Get some rest, eat some food. I play a variety of games. I play everything from like farming simulators to intense horror. I'm ahead. I don't want to see spoilers, but have fun and good stream. Thank you, Stanky but Tanky. I appreciate you. I hope you get good rest and yeah, I'm dreading unpausing. Spooky Loops, if you don't want any spoilers, I totally understand. We were playing Ace Attorney, it was fun, but it's nearly 2 AM for me. Yeah, that's late. Thank you so much for the raid and bringing your community over. I appreciate it. We're gonna get back down to the boss. Yeah. Oh god. I missed. Oh, I can't dodge. Oh, I dodged. Ooh. The acid is the worst. Oh my god. Ouch. What is this thing and why does it exist? Yeah, it has a bunch of pregnant bellies. I just don't understand why. Ow, the acid! Oh, I can't dodge that. What the hell? It's like a homing. Homing acid. Honing. Honing? Homing? Which one is it? Homing? Is it over though? Is it over? Where's the thing? There should be a thing in here, no? An item of significance? Shit. Okay, I dodged it but still got hit. Okay. Makes sense. It's homine. Homine acid. No, I need to go over here. Over here. Are you kidding me? Okay, I found that one. But where the fuck is this one? Tell me how you really feel, partner. What a fucking... That's so silly. Okay, save. Pray, pray, pray. We want to... have an Ema. We could... Do we have to fight that thing again? I really, really, really hope not. What is it? Why are you making that face at me? Oh, you know. Do I? Do I know? I don't think I do. Where is the last item? Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? It was right there. Oh my fucking god, I have to unlock it again. Jesus! Just shut up at me. No, you can't touch me. No. This isn't the right area. You can't touch me. You can't touch me. Don't touch me. What the? Oh no.
来てくれたんだな、相棒。俺はお前にいいんだ。きなこの好きなようにして。俺は相棒の選択なら受け入れるぜ。
Jesus, she gives no fucks whatsoever. she gives 0 fucks. He's just like, okay, here we go. Oh my god.
「幼い頃からの友人に別れを告げるのは辛いだろう」。
はい。あ、いえ。するべきでした。もっと早く。こんな姿をお見せして。申し訳ありません。
謝らなくていい。むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。行こう。
She's gotta go back. She's gotta go back. Wakey, wakey, Hinako. You have no place in my future. I just got that achievement. She seemed to care a little, but...
シュウ、
Are they gonna be gone? Are they gonna be gone? Get that metal pipe, girl. Uh-oh. Did you actually kill them? Are they gone? You're all alone in this hill that is silent.
お前の家で合流なんだよな。
Oh shit, do I have to run? Oh no.
戦える数じゃない。
Oh no. Oh. Did a Nari boy do that? A lag. A lag. Okay. We need to find a save spot. Chocolate. Or maybe when you kill them in your dreams, they die in real life. Or hear me out, you keep going. I don't know, my head's starting to hurt. How long do I have? How long is this game? I'm sorry, something urgent came up, so I can't come with you. Just trust me and continue down the path we decided. I'll get everything ready and wait for you. No. I thought about it. I did think about it. Jesus. I couldn't figure out the... I kept pressing the wrong button. Whee! Oh. We got 9 hours in. There's probably a while left. Well, freaking Zilla beat it in one night. Uh-oh. What's happening? Am I broken? Cancel. I broke for a second there. Wow. How dare? How dare you? Who's live? Who's live and wants to be raided? Cox is live. We'll raid Cox. So Cox. Oh, not SO. Raid Cox.
How am I confusing her, Electric? What do you mean?
Go steal Cox's cheese. Tax him. Okay. Bye.
You can have a Slim Jim.
Bye. And